You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed caption. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Trousseau even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Trousseau is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trousseau. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Trousseau is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
In the heart of America, there are dreams waiting to be realized. Dreams of owning a home, creating a haven for families, and building a future. Yet, there are 13 million mortgage-ready home buyers and nearly 20 million renter households who have the credit and income to qualify for a mortgage but remain left out of the home buying process. These potential home buyers are in urban and rural America, where dreams should flourish. The big banks, the giants of finance, have all exited the mortgage lending business, decreasing their lending footprints across America. They are no longer present and active in these communities. Instead of offering opportunities for home ownership, some of these banks have chosen a different path. They have decided to become mega landlords. They have chosen to invest billions of dollars in rental homes, leaving potential home buyers with fewer options and stuck in a cycle of renting without the chance to build equity and create a legacy for their families. Here is the shocking truth. A report issued by the Home Ownership Council of America revealed that if lenders were to step forward and serve this underserved market, they could conservatively increase their loan volume by $1.5 trillion. $1.5 trillion. This is $1 trillion business opportunity, ripe for the taking. That's why I Have a Dream Home is here. We support the American dream of home ownership in urban and rural America. We believe in the power of social consciousness and the impact it can have on people's lives. Investing in urban and rural America is not just good business sense. It's a moral imperative. Our mission is clear. Become the go-to mortgage lender in these communities. Create a pathway to home ownership for all Americans, breaking the cycle of poverty by empowering families to build wealth, stabilizing our communities, and taking pride in our country. I have a dream home. Unlocking dreams, transforming communities, and rewriting the story of American home ownership. For more information, scan the QR code or visit our website at www.ihaveadreamhome.gold.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too, because genius is common.
So what we have to do is when we get in the spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA, on people of African descent prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity.
Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Angela Baptiste, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers all over the world, from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, I wanted to share with you about authentic leadership and what it means to be an authentic leader. I'm really, truly honored to stand before you and talk and discuss this topic that lies at the heart of being an effective leader. So many times we have leaders, right? Or people who have the titles, but leadership, as you know, is not necessarily just about the position or the title. We don't have to have a title to be a leader. We're leaders in our homes, in our society, right? Our communities, our churches. So wherever you are, you can be a leader if you want to be, and if you truly are passionate about leading others. So it's about the impact we make on others, the legacy we leave, and the way we inspire those around us. So, I'd like to start by sharing a story about someone who exemplified an authentic leader, someone who displayed all the qualities of an authentic leadership, who was in my life. Her name was Tracy. She was a mentor of mine. She not only possessed incredible knowledge and skills, but she also demonstrated unwavering integrity and empathy. You could talk to her about whatever issues you were experiencing in order to get your work completed. And she was just totally committed to helping others grow. Her leadership wasn't just about authority, it was about influence. Tracy showed me what it meant to be an authentic leader, just moving way beyond what her words were. It was more about who she was and how she could connect with us, her team, the people who were on her team, and made a lasting impact behind. I worked with Tracy DeMarco years ago, over 20 years ago. I started with her, as one of my first jobs. And she has remained with me over 20 years later. That's the impact. That's the influence that she had on my life. So understanding authentic leadership, is what it's all about. And it's vital in our society, in our world as we live it. Authentic leadership is about being true to oneself while leading with a sense of purpose and values. It differs from other leadership styles because it's deeply rooted in being self-aware, self-awareness, and emotional intelligence. It's so important for us to have that quality in order to be an authentic leadership. So let's talk about what it means for self-awareness, right? Which is one of the first qualities I'd identify as important to be an authentic leader. Authentic leaders, they know who they are. They know what their strengths are. They know what their struggles, their weaknesses, if you want to call it that. They know what they value, and they know what they believe. Whatever happens, they have already thought about it before and know whether yes or no they will do it. Make that decision, yes or no. So they understand their emotions and their motivations, which enables them to lead with authenticity. But how can you cultivate self-awareness, you may ask me? We start by self-reflection and self-assessment. We take time to ponder what our values are. It's so important for you to identify, as a leader, to identify what do I value, because every day you're going to be faced with making some decision, whether yes or no, and you'll have to decide based on your value if it's going to be a decision that is right for you to make, right? So yes, self-reflection and self-assessment, taking time to ponder those values, what you're passionate about, and what is truly important to you. So if you know and have identified, how your family is important, then the decisions you make will reflect, right, that one of your top values is your family life. So you will not make decisions that will be contrary to your values. Or the next one would be emotional intelligence. That's the next quality of an authentic leader. This involves recognizing and managing one's emotions, as well as understanding and influencing the emotions of others. It's about empathy, self-regulation, and effective interpersonal skills. Authentic leaders cannot, they connect on a deeper level that creates trust and rapport, right? So when you're able to understand your emotions, you won't have a moment where you say something, burst out with something that's inappropriate. You will be, because you'd have already thought that. So you will be in control of your thoughts. You will be able to manage, and that's what emotional intelligence is about, right? You're able to manage whatever emotion, what your emotions, right? So because you're able to do that, you are going to be on par in communicating empathy and regulating, self-regulating yourself, and be able to connect with others, not just on a surface level, but on a deep, authentic level, thus building that trust and rapport in your relationships. And, that defines authentic leaders being able to make that connection, because the bottom line is, when you're a leader and you're developing your team, you're developing them in their growth and their productivity, you need to be able to connect. And that's what true communication is about. It's not just about sharing ideas and getting work done. It's about really truly connecting with those that you're serving. A next quality that I have identified for authentic leadership is that integrity. Integrity means being honest, being transparent, and ethically sound in your actions. So you're not saying one thing and doing the other. You're actually, whatever you say, right? Your word can be your bond. I've worked with people, when they tell me something, I don't even believe it, because based on their actions, it tells me that I cannot believe what they're saying. So an authentic leader, that should not be the case, right? If that authentic leader tells me I'll be there for 10 o'clock, I expect to see them there before 10. Because if you're right on time, you're late, right? That's one of my bosses say. I'll never forget Mark Sidwell. He always says, if you're on time, you're late. He was a British guy. So I learned that in working in corporate America. He was my boss for several years. And it was a team of us in operations, sales operations. And he held his meeting every Friday morning. And I'm telling you, it was interesting because, you must be on time. And that's one of those things that's so important. Because you stand by what you believe. And if you say, I'm going to do so and so, then yes, it should be taken as done. One and done. So you stand by your values, even when you're facing adversities. You're going to be known for doing what's right, not just what's easy. Remember, integrity builds trust, and trust builds it's really the foundation of what leadership is. The next value or quality I would talk about is vulnerability. And I know it's, as a leader, it's one of those things that you really question whether how vulnerable you should be, right? And it might seem counterintuitive, but vulnerability fosters connection and trust. Authentic leaders aren't afraid to show their human side, to admit mistakes. Have you ever made a mistake and then pretended that, it didn't happen? That makes you not legitimate. So if you've made a mistake, own up to that mistake. Say, I made a mistake here, but here's what I learned. Here's what I need to do to make that work, to fix the situation. So admit the mistake, ask for help, and share whatever those challenges are. It's about being authentic in a way that allow others to relate and connect with you. So for sure, being vulnerable. The next one we could talk about is being resilient, right? Resilience. Authentic leaders, they demonstrate resilience in the face of challenges. They bounce back from setbacks and maintain a positive outlook. Resilience isn't just about enduring, it's about growing stronger through adversity. So, you know, it's so important for authentic leaders to have this quality, right? Because it's not when we're going to go through the struggle. It's not, we know definitely that, yes, we're going to have struggles. We're going to have challenges. We are going to have setbacks. But being able to identify, okay, what has been the issue? How can we figure it out? And maybe we need to reflect around the situation, take a reset, right? Or take relearning is important. Sometimes we have to relearn, and then we go from there and become stronger through adversity. Hello, Dr. Larry.
Well, good morning. How's everything going?
Oh, going well. How about you?
I'm just having a great day, and I'm happy to be here to talk to folks about what's going on.
Okay, great. Well, welcome to the Black Business Expo, and we look forward to hearing your whatever you wanted to discuss with us. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and good afternoon to everyone. I'm Attorney Larry D. Hall, speaking from Durham, North Carolina. And for the next few minutes, we want to talk a little bit about business. Certainly, the Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics are all about business. And that's why a lot of you are tuned in to share ideas and to receive ideas. One of the key things for us is when we want to go into business, how do we find our way there? Many times it's by happenstance. We'll get involved in a business that someone else is flourishing in, or someone in the family is already involved in. And that's great, because what you have done is eliminate a lot of the prep time and prep things you would need to do to be successful in business. Now, I know this network has had a lot of people who have been successful in business, and they've talked about their business story. But I want to deal with it from a standpoint of there are certain elements and certain preparatory things you need to do before you go into business. We want to keep in mind that business is an extension of your life. And so the first thing you want to do is do a personal inventory. Where are you in your life? Are you actually ready to be in business? Are you actually ready? Certain things you will need, certain abilities you'll need to have. And I think there was some discussion by the host immediately before I came on, kind of referencing the fact that you need to have certain skills or ability or resources to draw upon that can bring those skills and ability to your forefront, so you can marshal them and get them involved in making your business successful. So that initial personal inventory. What are you good at? What is your passion? What gives you purpose? What gives you energy? Take that list, put it aside, and know that you have those irrespective of whatever else you do in life. You've developed those, you have those. Part of going into business may be selecting a business adventure or business venture. We call them ventures, but they're adventures. Selecting a business venture that matches your current residence skills and skill set and experience. What do you already know how to do? What have you been trained in to do? What have you been successful doing? And then you have that portion aligned. The next thing may be, let's talk about skills acquisition. Now that you've identified what you do well, what do you not do well? Maybe you are not great at keeping track of finances for your business. And there are certain tips to you when you're in business or you're taking care of finance. Are you having problems with your personal budget at home, keeping up? Are there little signs like either missed or late payments that you failed to make, not because you didn't have the money, but because you didn't have it on automatic pay, or you meant to do that and didn't do it? You just simply overlooked the bill because it was sent by hard mail instead of email. And so those kind of barriers you want to look at, and they're easily removed, but you have to look at them. Do that personal inventory again, and this time look at the skills that are going to be necessary for your business. A lot of times there will be a creative side and an administrative side. I'll say that again, a creative side. Do you have a unique idea or a better mousetrap, let's say? Okay, if you do, then you have to monetize it. You have to move it to market. You have to develop a network of people who will invest in it, either SBA loans, your personal bank, your circle of friends who have resources to invest, maybe even your family members, or draw down on some of your resources. And some of your resources may involve your retirement fund, your child's education fund, just your general savings or whatever. Before you tap any of those sources, you want to make sure that you have the skills, because people may invest in you and your business, may have confidence in you based on lifetime of experience. But you want to make sure that you are true to them and true to yourself by ensuring you have the skills to give yourself a chance to make it work. And that's very important. To thine own self be true. Make sure as you do that personal inventory that those areas where you have shortcomings that you already know exist, don't try to hide them from yourself, but make sure you have things in place to address them. Number 3 that I would look at is your network. Some people say, and I've heard it on this network before, on the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics, your net worth is your net work. What are relationships worth? And I see our host, I didn't know if she had a question or a comment at this time.
Yes, we're going to take a break and come right back.
Okay, we'll see you on the other side.
Yes.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I've received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks?
Did you know that our Black dollar only lasts for 6 hours in our community? Yet other communities, their dollars last for 19 to 30 days.
The Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation. Yes, that's why we created the Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation is a centralized directory available to all Black businesses across the world. It was created for businesses like you, the ones that want to start and the ones who have a dream that have already started, such as businesses like Drop in a Bucket Productions, Valito Foods, Sugar Tea Branding Firm, All the Dazzle, Bun Cakeaholic, Miss Riot, and you. We'll have marketing, seminars, and some funding coming soon just for you. So, we want you to come and join us. www.blackwallstreetnation.com. See you there.
Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75.
I use the Cash Flow app to keep track of my charities.
Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75 helps you manage expenses, helps keep track of charitable giving, helps you save your money. Cashflow 5101075. Download it today. Cashflow 5101075 would like to wish the Cyber Bears good luck in this year's first robotics competition.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Hey, Ivanka Farabi here. I'm the founder and executive director of Beyond the Shackles. We're a nonprofit that instills hope in the incarcerated, disenfranchised, and their families. But we don't stop there, because what we know is that you don't have to spend one day behind physical bars to be in shackles in your heart and your mind. And we help people to rise up. What is my genius? I'm a life elevation coach and strategist. I'm a motivational speaker, and I help people to navigate the difficult terrain of adversity. Do you know that you can build the most beautiful masterpiece from the rubble that might lie at your feet from the most difficult of times? Well, you can. And I help people to walk out their God-given plans and find their genius. Why? Everybody has genius, because genius is common.
Welcome back.
Well, glad to be back. I hope everyone is paying attention to those commercials and that information that could be helpful in the pursuit of their business.
Definitely. Well, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Well, we'll continue. We talked about the first 3 elements: personal inventory, your skills acquisition and balancing. Then your network is your net worth. What is your network is where we left off. And your network of people that you will both get expertise from, put on your advisory board, may assist you in selling your product or getting you entry to different marketplaces. That's your net worth, because they will ultimately help determine the success of your business. And so you have a brand, or you should always be thinking about creating a brand. And that brand will help you in many ways, from finance to marketing to personal relationships throughout your business life and your personal life. I think the final thing, as we have a short period of time, so I want to get to the final item, is vision. And the vision is something that you have about what you're trying to do. And you want to develop that vision, because oftentimes, as it should be, the most important person, obviously, is you. Do you have a realistic vision, an achievable vision, a cutting edge vision? What percentage or elements of those things do you have in your vision? Because it's nice to have a vision, but you also want to progress toward it. Have incremental steps You may not be able to do it all at once, in all likelihood not. So you want to do that and have that vision. That vision translates to what you do, how you do it, how convinced people are that you are sincere about what you're doing. And the person taking the most risk is you, but the person taking the second most risk is someone who believes in you. Now, oftentimes we'll try to finance deals or business ventures, and the bank will say, we cannot see the value or the return in what you're doing. And so they may say, your business is not for us. Well, there may be someone else out there, and you can't give up, obviously, after one attempt, but you also want to take in consideration what were the concerns they had with your vision versus their projection of reality. Why did they think the market is not ready for you or will not treat you as kindly as you project? And those type issues. Keep those in mind as you go to your next effort to raise capital or bring on partners, etc. And it's always great to have partners who have a vested interest, who are, quote, equity partners. They have a great interest in the business succeeding, not just getting paid back their revenue that they invested, but in the business succeeding and generating even more. So always consider equity partners, again, that would fall into the same category of what are the strengths or weaknesses that you have, and is there someone out there who could be a partner who would bring those elements you need to make the business successful. And then you have someone else in the room with a vested interest, an equity partner, who is looking out and giving out information and experience to you so you can make the right decisions, the right business decisions. You want to be right. The biggest risk taker is you, and you want to have all the help you can get on what you're doing. So you have help, especially if you have an equity partner or an investor who's going to be active and bring those skills that you are in need of. How do you make sure you're now talking to those investors or family members or whatever, and you're really selling them something? Again, your brand up to that moment may be the entree or the opening for you to then talk about this departure from your regular career or whatever into this business adventure. What is the selling the invisible? You're selling something that in many instances does not already exist. Now, if you're fortunate enough to have a family business or be able to have the opportunity to buy into a business or become one of those equity partners who brings that skill, etc., that has value to that business, and that business is willing to exchange an interest in the business for your expertise, and you become a equity partner or a part owner, then that's great. That's a great opportunity. It's great that someone values your expertise, and certainly you want to really give great thought to that. At the end of the day, though, your time is something you'll never get back. And so that's why it's important to go through these steps and be aware of them. And selling the invisible takes time from you and whoever you're selling that invisible, that future, that productivity that can happen, that potential. You're selling that invisible, and you're selling it by supporting it or wrapping it in reasons why it will succeed, in reasons why it's needed, in reasons why it will be successful because of the efforts of both of you. But that is critical, because you are selling something in many instances that does not exist. And as I said, if you have the opportunity to be involved in a going concern, already has cash flow, may need some adjustment to their profit and loss ratios, etc., obviously that's a better situation if you have the expertise or you're bringing whatever else it is that you're bringing to it. But if you're starting from zero, then those other elements we talked about become that much more important. Communication. Throughout, we've talked about your engagement of people, your skills acquisition, getting people with the skills you need that you don't currently have in order to run the business. The communication issue is the biggest. And it's not necessarily media communication versus personal and direct communication, because you once again are making a sale of some type. You are convincing someone, whether they're a family member or a stockholder or an investor, you are convincing them that this is the place to place their money. They could spend their money on anything, but the return they would get altruistically, good feeling, good profit margin, stable return on investment, continuing a long-term investment, all of that is what you are trying to communicate to them. And that's why communication is so important. Additionally, you're going to have to hire or contract with certain people with certain skills you don't have, and you have to be able to articulate to them, here's where I'm trying to get to. I need your help, financial side or otherwise, planning, keeping track of return on investment in order for us to get there. So it's really important that you concentrate on how do you communicate. Take notes or get responses from folks, even if they don't approve your idea, approve of what you're saying. You need that feedback in order to rapidly progress through the business cycle. Without it, you may get stuck or make a bad decision that could have been avoided. Let's talk about financial freedom. How do you set up your business so that one crisis does not doom your business and your personal life? And so I talked to several people in business. I represented several businesses. One of the key points that I had an investor called me about a project he wanted to do. And then he went back to recount other projects that friends of his had done that became too overwhelming. They created too much personal pressure. They created too much personal risk. They were upside down in the projects and could not recover. And therefore, the projects basically took over their lives. And so you really want to know or be in control of, where do I go? Where is my drop dead point? Where is my limitation so that I continue to have the resources and safety net in order for my family to continue and live? So you really have to, that's a personal discussion, a personal decision with your family members and yourself and your financial planner. But what can you afford to risk in order to gain? That decision is up to you, of course, but you must get the input from those folks around you. Decision traps. All throughout our discussion, we've talked about having to make certain decisions, trying to make sure you have the information necessary to make the right decision. And the right decision is not the same for everyone, just like the right skills mix is not the same for everyone. One person may have certain skills resident to them. Others may have to bring it in from outside, vice versa. There's no one formulation. You just have to have those skills and that ability that are critical to the business operating. So, but the decision trap is, you're darned if you do, you're darned if you don't. Which decision are you going to make? It's going to take effort if you do it this way. It's going to take effort if you do it that way. You can't get stuck in the middle, though. If you're going to be on this progression to a successful business, you're going to have to determine what is the philosophy, so to speak. Where are we going, and what is our risk tolerance that we're going to accept getting there? Do we have to get there faster? Do we have to risk more? Do we need more partners? But those decision traps will be there. If you do this, then that. If you do that, then this. And you can't get overwhelmed by them. You have to recognize, as I heard one of the earlier speakers, those challenges are going to come. Some failure may come, but as long as we don't learn the same lesson twice, as long as we don't repeat that failure, then it may have well been worth it. No one is perfect. Everyone can improve, and failure gets your attention, but also helps you continue striving to be the best at what you're doing. The selection of personnel, trying to get highly effective personnel to work in your business is key. You have to interview them. You have to know what their lifestyle is. You have to know what's important to them. And then as you look at them, you see how they can plug into the business and bring some value. That value of an employee is critical. You may start as a smaller business, and again, you may buy into a business, but that human capital, that human resource that you deal with every day, that you're entrusting the future of your company to, that relies on you, that relationship is maybe the most critical one you'll have. And so you have to be looking for highly effective people, but at the same time, ensuring that you know what makes them tick and that they can pull alongside you to get to the goal. You need managers who are effective in their past work record or projects they brought to market may give you an idea. You'll need other key people that you'll need to look for indicators of their success. Again, you can't just say, I want this to be, and so I don't have to be responsible and diligent in the decisions that I make. So those items are for this time, and I appreciate the time before you, but those items for this time are ones we want to start out with, preparing to go into business. As I said, preparing. Let's get ourselves ready, almost like training for a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's a long-term commitment. Let's put ourselves in a position to succeed, and that means preparation. No other way, unless you hit the lottery, of course, but no other way except to prepare for greatness, and that's what you must do. So it's been a pleasure. I look forward to coming back and talking to you some more about things to do once you get in business and the different phases of everything from fundraising or financial support to networking with other businesses in your industry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hall. So much wisdom and information that you shared. Thank you so much. Where would we get in contact with you?
You can get in contact with me at NCLAW, NCLAW 8823 at AOL.com.
Awesome. Thank you. Genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
Dr. Eric Kelly III, and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Angela Baptiste, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we have our speaker that I'd like to introduce to you, David Jones. He's the CEO and co-founder of the LO LLC, where LO isn't just a greeting, it's a commitment to helping enterprises leverage leading edge optimizations into the new digital age from 2D to 3D immersive environments. They handle the technical aspects so you can be exceptional. Time is the only competition, and he's there to help each and every business to win, not only today, but also in the future by building a solid foundation. We'd like to welcome David from the Hello LLC. Welcome, David.
Good afternoon. How you doing, ma'am?
I'm doing well. So good to have you.
Yes,
And I'm sure you have some great, powerful information to share with our listeners. So you have a great talk, and genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes, ma'am. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you all are having a marvelous day. It is Tuesday. We are going to get this thing going. And first and foremost, my name is David Jones, CEO, co-founder of the Hello LLC. And Hello stands for helping entrepreneurs leverage leading edge optimizations. And really, ultimately, at the end of the day, we are here to help you build your foundation and pivot you from 2D to 3D. And more importantly, guys, look, you know, I come from a background of a family of, my mom and dad are still together and still rocking and rolling. And I've had the privilege of seeing how, they've handled life and how they've been able to move forward in their business. And I'll never forget this. My father is by far one of the best barbecue cookers in Houston, Texas. Come find me if you want to go against that. But he's one of the best. And my father had the opportunity to, open up his own barbecue shop, because he would go out on the weekends. He would be selling barbecue, and people would be like, "Boy, this is good. Wait, can I get some more?" And it was just one of his passions. And I remember things not going the way that he wanted them to, and he ended up, going back to doing what he did, which was still being his own business owner, owning his own trucking business. But I remember the look in his eye and the disappointment that he had, because look, we were in there scrubbing the restaurant, getting it all together, and ready to get this bad boy up and going, and it just didn't happen. And I know that's my father's passion. And I know a lot of us have passion that we want to do, and we need to make it purposeful, right? And making your passion profitable at the end of the day, but also being realistic. And what I found and what I've now realized is that, it's the planning. It's the lack of planning. It's the lack of awareness. And as Dr. Eric Kelly talks about all the time, it's the mindset, right? And it's the mind print, and where your mind print is. And a lot of the times we, and myself included, right, have this small, minute, this ceiling over our head of who we are, and what we can do. And as I share with people, we got to really go from that I can't, right, to I don't, to I know, to I do. Because so often I hear people say, "Oh, I can't do that. I can't go live." Well, okay. I don't do that. Okay, you don't. You're literally taking your power away. Oh, I know. Okay, but you're not doing. Oh, I do. And so, being consistent at doing it and doing the occasional things, right? Or doing the ordinary things that most people do occasionally. And so I encourage you guys all, before we even get on this journey, to really go back and look at, your habits, your conditions, your mindset of how you're looking at your business and where your business is going and moving forward in the future. Because one of the things that blew my mind yesterday, and look, guys, when you mention numbers to me, I'm in. Sign me up. Facts over feelings. And sometimes people forget about facts, and they just rely on their feelings, and they respond in their feelings and not their actual true facts. And when Dr. Kelly said yesterday, right, he said, the average age of, the world is at 29. I looked it up. It's 30.4, but who's counting, right? It's low. And what that blew me out of the water was, oh my God, about 85% of my business is people over that age. And as he shared yesterday, what are you doing, to make sure that you have different clientele? What are you doing to make sure you stay hip, you stay above, you stay recognized as a company? Because, if you don't do that, then you are in a world of trouble. And I share this with you because a lot of the times what I find is that, us as entrepreneurs, oh, I got a business. We don't have our E&I number. We don't have our Duns and Bradstreet number. We don't have a bank account, right? We don't have a system in place. We're just going out and we're saying we got a business and don't have the foundation behind our business to really help us stop being the janitor in our business and help us be the VP of our business. And so that's really at the end of the day where everything that we showcase, everything that we share with people is something that we've done, something that we've implemented, something that we are still currently utilizing. And you have to make sure, and you have to ask yourself, really, right now, I want you to ask yourself, be honest with yourself too, right? Is your system in place? Do you save time? Are you doing the every minute things every single day in your business? And there's technology out here. You could be implementing these things, but what we find is that a lot of the times we don't, because we fall into that I can't, I don't, right? Or I know, and then I do it once, but I don't do it all the time. And so that's where I really want you all to really pivot your mindset and be able to upgrade your way of thinking and how you look at your business. Because if you aren't looking at it from a standpoint that, hey, I need to get the younger generation because the average age is 30 and majority of my clientele is up here. What happens in 10 years? What happens in 20 years? What happens in 30 years, right? For your business. And so this is where I encourage you guys to have forward thinking, because the 3 most expensive things in your life: closed hand, closed mouth, closed mind. Okay. Those are the 3 most expensive things. And I ask people all the time, what's the most scariest place in the world? Oh, Iraq. Oh, my nearest neighborhood, this, that, and other. No, none of that. The most scariest place in the world is right above your shoulders. It's up here. We talk to ourselves 60,000 times to 80,000 times a day. And a lot of the times, all of those are false. 50% of them are false. And a lot of them are negative. And so you got to be aware, are you coming up with problems or are you coming up with solutions? And today, my friends, I am here to help you understand how you can have solutions. And more importantly, I'm going to be able to save you time. As I share with everybody, time is my only competition. And if time was sold at the stores, it would be sold out. And guess what? We might be fighting for that. A lot of people will be fighting for that, because I'm pretty sure a lot of us understand what our time, gives us. As the gentleman talked about earlier, are you tasking your time, right? Are you writing down what you're going to do? Are you writing down what you're going to accomplish? And a lot of the times we aren't, which is okay. But this is where you have to make a choice to do that thing, because we all get 3 things. We all get a chance. You woke up this morning. We all get, a choice. You got to make a choice. And then we all get to make a decision. And so hopefully your decision is going to push you forward, is going to be preventative, and is going to, be more positive than negative, and burning down bridges and all the rest of that stuff. So don't do that. Okay. And so, who really is hello? At the end of the day, guys, look, we want more for you than from you. Okay. Say that again. We want more for you than from you. We want you to win. We want you to believe in yourself. We want you to discover how you can implement and leverage your influence. Yes, you have influence. We all have influence. We are one conversation. We are one Zoom call, old Zoom call compared to Metaverse. We are one, right? One connect away from really changing your life and everybody else's. And as I share, your story is your glory, and your story is somebody else's survival guide. It's somebody else's way to avoid the landmines. And more importantly, it's for you to remind yourself how far you've made it up this mountain, and that you're going to make it to the top, or either you're going to die on the side of it, but you're not going back down the mountain. I can assure you that. At least that's for me. Okay. And so I want you guys to all understand that, when we talk about, the metaverse, when we talk about, the foundation, I like facts. As you guys heard me say earlier, only 64% of businesses have a website. Okay. Say that again. Or should I say, 64. So that means that we got 37%, or should I say 36% of people that do not have a website. Okay. In this day and age, let me tell you something. People aren't listening to what you're saying. People are going straight to the internet. They're going to look you up, and they're going to see what you're about. And they're going to make a judgment. They're going to make an assumption before you even open your mouth if you never talk to them. So this, my friends, is why your presentation, how you show up in life, means everything. You walk into a room with just a t-shirt and tennis shoes compared to walking in there with fully suited and booted, you're going to get a different perception. And that is the same concept that I want you all, right, to be able to really have that mindset. It's not, oh, I don't care about them. I don't care what they say. This is me. No, you need to be caring, because this is your business. This is your livelihood. This is what you said you were going to do, right? And so, the average home-based business makes $48,000 a year. I know I live here in Mexico as being a digital nomad. So as I said, I just don't talk about it. We've been able to put our business online in Metaverse, and we're living digitally. You can too. And I want you to, because there's so much more to experience to upgrade this mindset. Okay. By 2030, just to talk about, the website, these link trees, these 10K things, all these different, applications that you can get. And look, I'll be the first one to admit, yeah, You can go buy all these other funnels and all these other, landing pages and all these things. Yes, you can do that. But that's not what you do, okay? You are the farmer. You plant the seeds, you grow the fruit. You have never seen the farmer at the grocery store selling the fruit as well. It ain't happening. So do what you do best and allow other people delegate, right? Be able to pivot, be able to relinquish that, be able to take some of that NFL money, that 4th of July money, that Labor Day money, that Christmas money, and put it, that Beyonce money, and put it into your business, okay? Because that's a return on time investment. That's a return on investments. That, my friends, is a whole lot better than you going out than this month 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, right? Out to eat that's just going to be gone the next day when you could have put that in your business. And so I want you all to understand that, not only on your website, so many people talk about podcasts. So many people talk about, I want to have my apparel line. So many people talk about, I want to do this. Why aren't you? Okay. And that is why I encourage you all to leverage your influence. And really, at the end of the day, you should have your own podcast. Let me tell you why, right? You can have a podcast because, hey, Dr. Eric Kelly, hey, I got a podcast. I would love for you to be on my podcast. Will you be a guest on my podcast? Sure, David, I'll be a guest on your podcast. Let's talk. Other than me going to Dr. Kelly and say, hey, can we meet? No, I ain't got time for that. A different perception, a different mindset. In that podcast, you get to say, hey, welcome to my podcast. If you'd like to have more information on wellness, go here. If you'd like to have more information on my electricity, go here. If you'd like to have more information on the metaverse, go here. You literally can use that podcast as your own commercial, as your own business, and then have a conversation with somebody. David, I didn't know you did all of that. Man, we definitely need to have that meeting. Let's talk. Let me get this art gallery that I've been talking about in the metaverse. Let me get that going. Right? And so this is where we get to utilize these tools and tricks and tips to really be able to understand how this can all work, right? Free giveaway. Are you an author? Or do you got a book coming out? Are you giving away a free chapter? No, you haven't thought about that? You might want to think about that. If I will you, your book doesn't even much need to be complete. You could have the first chapter of your book and you could have it say, hey, go to this Biz in a Box and go get a free chapter. I'm going to get your email. So when my actual book is ready, I have all these emails. I have this system that I've been putting in place. I've been preventative of running my business. I now have all these emails that I now can string a whole bunch of stuff together. And so, this is where you need to understand not to get overwhelmed. And so many people are overwhelmed with getting online. They're overwhelmed saying, oh, I don't know about the metaverse. Well, you need to learn about the metaverse. It's the 3rd generation of the internet. That's like saying, I don't know how to use my email and you're a business owner. Hello. So, I want you all to understand leveraging this technology to work for you, automating your business so it can really start working for you, delivering your portfolio. Somebody asked me to come to this event, or come and showcase. I have a media kit. Boom, done. I don't got to worry about typing and all that other stuff. It's sent. Be preventative with your business, okay? Utilize marketing and email marketing. How many of you right now, ask yourself, you got an email campaign going? No? You should. Your email is just important. How many of you posted about your business in the last 24 hours? No? You don't have a business if you don't talk about your business, number one, okay? And I would highly encourage you all to make sure that we can separate these things. Have your personal account. Put you eating. Put you going out. Do it. Do you. But you need to come on over here and open up this business account, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, all of this, and you need to be able to showcase your business 3 to 4 times a day. Did you know you see an average of 5,000 commercials a day in advertisements? Why isn't your business one of those, or 2 of those, or 3 of those? We all sit around the Super Bowl commercial. Oh, did you hear about that commercial? Why don't you have your own? And it's free, because I'm here to tell you, if you're not ready, these social media accounts are about to start charging you to post, okay? If you're not paying attention, it is here. And so this is where, my friends, that we really have to be able to up our game. The last and most important, your appointments. Are you sending email reminders? We're now globally, so the time zones is just outrageous to figure it out. And then your time of your appointments being canceled, people saying this, people saying that, confusion happening. Why don't you have an automated system for that? Where people get a text message, people get the information, people get an after information of thank you. Why don't we set that up? So, my friends, I want to be able to introduce you guys to our Biz in a Box, where our Biz in a Box is a one app, one tap website funnel, right? You can call it whatever you want to call it, but it got everything in its mama in this Biz in a Box that we've been able to design and create, not just look good and rebrand yourself and make yourself look good, but also be able to put systems behind it that work, right? That work for you, just for you, because we customize these packages to really fit your business. From, check this out. Why is this dude talking about all this stuff? You can put your podcast on there. And some of you have podcasts right now, and you're sending people your Anchor link or your Spotify link. And guess what? They ain't going to download that link, okay? They're not going to download Spotify. When they do download it, they're then going to go be competed with Kevin Hart's, Kim Kardashian's, everybody else's podcast besides yours. Where in our Biz in a Box, it is literally boop right there, press play. They can be going through your website and listening to your podcast at the same time, other than you saying, hey, girl, you listen to my podcast? Girl, I'm sorry, I haven't got to it yet. You can avoid all of those, right? And so why not have your own apparel? Everybody's wearing Gucci and all this other stuff. Why don't you put your own name on your brand? So when you do go out and about, hey, hello, what's that? Helping enterprises leverage leading edge optimizations. Tell me more about that. They don't say that when you're wearing Nike and Gucci, right? So make sure you're doing that. How about you put your art? Are you a musician? Stop sending people to Apple. Play the music right on your website, right? What about your YouTube? Do you have a 2-minute YouTube that people can go to your website and it can literally showcase what you're about? Oh, I know what they do. Boop. Why not, right? And so this allows you to be able to give away free content, be able to have your own metaverse store, be able to have your own calendar, digital content, right? Be able to have professional services within your Biz in a Box, and be able to also, promote your blog, promote your portfolio, all of this and above. And so prime example, I love giving examples of being able to share with people that, hey, look, you got to be able to understand. I love using the analogy, of authors. Authors are amazing. Everybody's writing their books, utilizing this AI tools. I love it. Keep doing it. Put your story out there. Share your story, because your story is amazing and everybody needs to see your story. And not only that, you get to live forever. Okay. Let me go in on this one real quick. Is that, we talk about legacies. We talk about leaving generation, right? Wealth. What about leaving your generational thoughts? What about leaving your generational, ways of being and how you went day by day? And I say that because, a lot of us say that we can't do this. We don't do this. And social media is the key. Okay. If you're not paying attention, as Dr. Kelly said, 29 years and 29 is the average age. What are those kids doing now? They're on social media. They're networking on social media. They're doing all these things in metaverse, Roblox, right? Fortnite. You've all probably heard of that. That's metaverse at its finest. And I say this and I share this with you because we too are those kids. Hey, mom, let me teach you how to use this and the text message. Let me teach you how to use this Apple phone. Hey, mom, let me teach you how to use this Zoom. Hey, mom, let me teach you how to do this, right? And so this allows us to really sit back, like I said, and shift our mindsets that the tables now have turned, my friends, okay? You are now the older adult, and these kids are teaching us a lesson. And it's up to you right now for you to sit there and say, you know what? Me knowing what I know, and that, these businesses and everybody's pivoting, everybody's getting to this metaverse, and I need to get my social media up, other than me saying, I don't care about that. That's not that big a deal. Let me tell you something right now. Your marketing and your branding is the only deal, okay? Because your marketing and your branding gets you the sales, allows you to scale, allows you to set up systems. Because with nobody knowing who you are or what you do, none of that matters, especially if your average age of your actual customers are above 30. You got 10 years max, okay? So you got to be able to pivot. You got to be able to reorganize your thinking and your brand. Just because you ain't on TikTok, right, and you don't like TikTok, TikTok got a messenger. You should be on there. You don't like Twitter or Spaces? There's a DM in there. You should be in there, right? You don't like LinkedIn? You definitely should be in there if you got a business. Well, that's not my thing. I don't care if it's not your thing. Go do it. And right now, you have systems that we can help you out with, right? And so I share this with you guys all to really be able to understand that if you want to learn more about our Biz in a Box, you go to thehellollc.io and you will be able to see our Biz in a Box. You'll be able to see that we've done multiple people's Biz in a Boxes that you might know, you might not know, but there's definitely some people that you have heard of, right? And there's more to come. And at the end of the day, I ask you to ask yourself this: when is the last time, you change your clothes for your business? Are you still using the same stuff you used before the pandemic? Do you still have the same website that you had after the pandemic? Do you have the same website and utilizing the same strategies that you were using 10 years ago? It's time to upgrade. That's like saying I'm wearing the same underwear for 10 years. It ain't good, okay? I know I put a bad scene in your face because I know I got one right now saying that. And so, you got to be able to understand that you got to make the pivot. And as we put together this Biz in a Box that helps you build your foundation and helps you really reorganize yourself and help you stop getting frustrated, helps you from sending 20, 30, 4, 5 links when people ask you about your business and you're sending them this. Or, one of the things that I always hear, with people is that after we get finished doing their Biz in a Box as well, I really, felt uncomfortable, sending my website. It didn't represent me well, and it just wasn't me. And so often people feel that way. And it blows my mind that we won't do anything about it, but yet we know we need to do something about it and we don't. And as we continue to share with you guys, priorities have to be, number one. And so often our priorities, so often we talk a lot, right? But we don't walk a lot. And it really comes down to the matter: what do you want to do? How do you want to focus, right, on your business, your brand, and how are you going to move forward? Because I'm here to tell you, things are changing. This metaverse is nothing to play with, okay? If you haven't been paying attention, Nike just made $145 million, okay, in the metaverse. Gucci just sold a $4,500 purse that you will never, ladies, be able to put those receipts in there, put all the change in there, put all your nail stuff in there, your first aid kit. Never be able to put in there, but somebody bought a Gucci digital bag at $4,500, okay? Walmart is not shutting down because it's becoming Jerry Springer and, people are stealing stuff left and right. Walmart is shutting down because there's a pivot that they understand. What Amazon did was Amazon created an app that put a whole bunch of stuff on there that they didn't make, and people came to buy it with no overhead, no logistics, no inventory, none of that. And so we too have to be thinking at that capacity, and we have the ability to now. And I will just share with you guys all this. As a Black community and as a Black man, my father would always say, son, white people this, white people that, they know this, they know that. Yeah. But it also comes down to us. It also comes down to us taking ownership of how we're being, how we're showing up, what we're doing, what we're saying, and taking ownership of us. We point the finger at everybody else, but there's another 4 pointing back at us. And so you really got to take ownership of now. I'm sorry to tell you, that might still be there, but it really ain't there. It shouldn't be an excuse, because guess what? We all can copy, we all can paste, we all can drag, we all can drop. And right now, business, right, is about those 4 things: copy, paste, drag, drop. And it's up to you of what you're going to be dragging and dropping and pasting and cutting. And so, this really is where we get to come together. We get to build together. We get to have this collaboration together and really stop utilizing the old conditions, the old habits, because I'm here to tell you, we're moving to a global market. Well, we just heard a young lady yesterday say, that she wants to bring us all together and bridge us all together. But we have to first be able to bridge ourselves together first and be able to get over our traumas, be able to get over our drama, be able to get over, the things that happened in the past. So often, we wake up in the morning and we, got 10 bags of luggage that are sitting right here by the bedside. And we get up in the morning and we decide to just take that luggage with us into the shower, brushing your teeth, right? Doing everything, eating breakfast, and those luggage is just sitting right there. I'm here to tell you guys, drop that luggage, let that luggage go. Your past, who you were, what you did, how you did, you got to change that. You got to become a better person because your business grows as you grow, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm just here to share that with you. So if you're wondering why, hey, things aren't going right, things aren't conditioning right, or succeeding the way you want to, I encourage you to turn that mirror around and ask yourself, hey, what am I doing? Am I meditating? Am I taking care of my health? Am I talking or am I walking? Right? What am I doing? Because so often, we counting everybody else's money. We asking them what they did. We pointing the finger at them. We quick to want a manager, but we're not quick to, call the manager inside. And the 6 S's of success, right? And I'll leave you with this, is your surroundings. Who are you surrounding yourself with? Okay? My father called me last night, or I called my father, he called me back. And he said, hey, son, what happened to your friend? I said, who? I said, no, Dad, we ain't talking in a while. What happened to this friend? Oh, no, we ain't talking in a while. Why? Because my surroundings, okay? When we very first started this business, I had a friend that go out to and look, I talk about going to the club, spending money. I did that. That was me. My father said, son, stay out of the clubs. Start saving your money. He didn't tell me about investing. Start saving your money. Get out of there. Stop doing all that stuff. I didn't listen. Hard head, make it soft. You know what? I didn't do it. And so I wish I would have done it, but I didn't because I was surrounding myself with the wrong crowd that then, had me tell myself a story. Oh, now I got it. He don't know what he's talking about. A story I sold myself on, and we all sell ourselves on stories. And then, that takes me down to our sacrifices. Our sacrifices. What are you sacrificing? So many people look at sacrifice. Oh man, I got to give up this. Man, I got to give up that. Well, what if you did give it up? How much better off would you be if you did giving up drinking every night? If you did giving up smoking? If you did give it up, stop, arguing and all this other stuff? What happened if you did do that? Do we look at that side, right? And then that comes down to really, the self-disciplines that we have. The self-disciplines. How self-disciplined are you? Not just doing it when you want to, not just doing it because, oh, I'm mad and now you're going to do it to be self-disciplined. Do it when it counts. Be self-disciplined. And then, standards. What is your standards? What is your boundaries that you have? Your standards are important. And I'm here to tell you, raise your standards. Raise your boundaries. So many of us get walked on. We set our boundaries low. We don't think we can do this. We don't think we can do that. Yes, you can do it. Raise your bar, right? There ain't no bar. One of the young ladies said, step outside the box. There ain't no box, right? There's no box at all. And, the last one is your conversation with your soul. You got to have a great conversation with your soul, and you got to be upfront and honest. Integrity is not with everyone else. Integrity is with you. And that's what you got to have integrity with your business, your brand, your marketing, your sales, all of that. And that is exactly what, our Biz in a Box is able to get you to the next step. And not only our Biz in a Box, we have a Pivot membership that literally people can come and join for $7 a month where we teach you all of these things. We got 100 videos that just have a buttload of information. That's 23 cents a day. You got that in a junk drawer, okay? You can go to The Hello LLC and you get that where we talk about marketing, we talk about sales, we talk about metaverse, we talk about finance, we talk about fintech. We got it all in there. You name it, it'll probably be in there. And if it's not, say it and we'll make it in there, right? And then we have, our Biz in a Box that I just talked about that I encourage you all. Do not, okay, listen to me. Don't you sit there and don't go to that link and be like, dang, I probably need to get me one of these. Yes, you do. It's time, right? And so this is where, we really get to help you guys out and then really into the metaverse, where with our Biz in a Box, we can implement the metaverse as well and put you in there through your Biz in a Box. one app, one tap, and yes, you can get into the metaverse from your phone, from your laptop. This is being broadcast right now in the Hello Plaza headquarters right now as we speak. Hey, Mom. And so, this is where we have to understand that the future is here. And I went into YouTube yesterday, and then I went into our Hello Plaza, and I'm like, people just won't press a button to download an app and see that the future is here. Why not? That's the question people should be asking. Why not? We went from 8 tracks, tapes, CDs, iPod. Now it's downloadable. Big block, briefcase for a phone, BlackBerry, iPhone. What's next? We got these flip phones now. We're 30 years into this generation of internet. It's time to pivot. It's time to move. And I'm here to tell you, let's go. So with that being said, my name is David Jones, CEO of the Hello LLC. Hello stands for helping entrepreneurs leverage leading edge optimizations. We just don't talk about it. We are about it. We can show you, we can teach you, or we can do it for you.
That was powerful, David. Thank you for sharing. You had me really leaning in. Thank you so much. So much for me to, connect on to getting into that metaverse. So thank you for sharing, and you have a wonderful and pleasant rest of your day.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students going to college, right? You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use Cash App. And the Cash App sign is the $sign BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can go ahead and register online at the www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We would like to thank our Black Business Expo U.S. Sponsors for September 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supply Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, and Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shawnee Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bust by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too, because genius is common.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions. It represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
That entrepreneurs all around the world just want to be seen, heard, and provide great service? Well, I know that there is an expo that's going on to help entrepreneurs all around the world do just that and much more. Hi, I'm Dr. Lotus Roche. I'm the CEO of Lotus Roche Life Coaching and Consulting, along with being the show host of the Lotus Roche Ignite Show, news you can use and bring who you are. And today I'm bringing to you some amazing information about the Black Business Expo USA, hosted by none other than the remarkable Dr. Eric Kelly. And I welcome you to jump on board this wonderful train that is helping unite businesses all across the planet during the Black Business Expo USA. Here's a word from the CEO of the Black Business Expo, none other than Dr. Eric Kelly.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Kelly III, and I'd like to invite you to the Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in the world. It gives your company an opportunity to showcase, to market, to advertise your products and services worldwide. And for those who would like to speak or be a vendor, corporation or company, I implore you to give us a call at 919-308-9090 or go to our website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. My genius is understanding your vision and utilizing your vision to help you earn a profit.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network. of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Angela Baptiste, and I'm your business moderator for today, this afternoon, on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we're going to have a fireside chat. Grant McCall of Omaha will be talking with Henry Ward. As Chief Operating Officer of Be Direct, the nation's first US-based American-centric corporate board preparedness and board search company. Henry Ward's responsibilities are very broad in scope, ranging from strategic planning and new product development to sales, financial planning, and overall P&L leadership. Ward has served as one of the company's top 3 executives since its founding in late 2020. His professional background is very deeply rooted in growing domestic and global businesses. Prior to Be Direct, Ward served as general manager, healthcare vertical at Fiservs, a global fintech company where he held overall responsibility for all strategic, commercial, and operational initiatives for the 100 million plus technology line of business providing software as a service, billing, and payment solutions. We'd like to welcome Mr. Ward. Hello, Mr. Ward. How are you? Welcome.
Absolutely wonderful, Angela. How are you?
Doing well. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, and we look forward to the conversation. Hello, Mr. McGaw.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yes, welcome. It's a pleasure to meet and get to say hello. And we look forward to your conversation with Mr. Ward. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thanks so much. Thank you. Henri.
Grant, how are you, my brother?
I'm doing great and doing much better since we get an opportunity to discuss again what you are doing. You're doing the phenomenal work at Be Direct, and she gave you some of the things you've done in your past, which has been wonderful. But you've got some things on the table now that are really, I call it game changers. A game changer in a way that you are helping Black executives to have reach all the way into the African continent, and the African continent having reach into the United States, and actually building that bond a little deeper. Tell us a little bit more about what's got Henri Ward up at night.
Absolutely. Well, before we get into that, I want to congratulate you on your membership into the Forbes BLK community.
Thank you.
So congratulations, my brother. That is quite a prestigious honor.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. So Be Direct is absolutely doing some wonderful things. As was stated earlier, we are the first US-based but African-centric corporate board preparedness and board search company. Our focus is taking Black executives at the vice president to C-suite level and Black entrepreneurs, and taking them through a 8-month training program. And in that 8-month training program, they're actually taught several different skill sets. We have partnered with wonderful companies based out of the African continent. One who focuses on teaching corporate board governance skill sets from an African-centric perspective, which is a little different than corporate governance in the United States. The other company that we've partnered with is an executive coaching firm that has domain knowledge regarding corporate governance on the African continent. And then we kind of mix that and kind of this wonderful gumbo with skills regarding cultural dexterity training. And so for us, being able to take that kind of core offering, and then we actually work as, in many ways, a traditional executive search firm. And so while this cohort of participants is going through this 8-month corporate governance and cultural dexterity training program, we're actually working on their behalf with the U.S. Department of Commerce. We're working with venture capitalists and private equity firms and public and private companies on the African continent to actually help them in terms of placing them on corporate boards on the African continent. You asked me kind of what keeps me up at night, and really it's not so much of a keeps me up at night. It's really the excitement about what we're doing. To our knowledge, we are the first company globally to focus on this market. There are a lot of firms here in the United States that are focused on corporate governance, and we support them all. Our goal really is to tap into an unserved market where you've got Black executives and Black entrepreneurs who quite frankly aren't necessarily getting their time at bat. The reality is, a lot of times it's like when you serve on a corporate board in the United States, people always go back to the same well, right? There are many of us serve on nonprofit boards, and there are great opportunities for nonprofit boards. I've served on several nonprofit boards myself, but as many of us know, in the nonprofit world, nonprofit boards usually want you to bring a check.
Right. A little different.
They aren't necessarily interested in paying you for corporate board work. They want you to bring a check to help them. And again, we support fully support all of the nonprofit work, all the great nonprofit work that's going on here in the United States and abroad. One of the things that we found, though, is the world of paid corporate board directors is just one, very small for everyone, and it's extremely small for Black folks, which is why what you find is that for Black folks that are sitting on corporate boards, they're sitting on multiple boards. And that's because people tend to go back to that same well, right? They're kind of a known quantity. And it's almost like, you know, initially when you're trying to get a job, you can't get a job without having experience, and you can't get experience without having a job.
Yeah.
So many Black executives and Black entrepreneurs aren't necessarily getting that opportunity because the first question that's usually asked in the United States in terms of sitting on a corporate board is, well, what's your prior board experience?
Right.
You can't get a job without having a job. And you can't have a job without having.
Yeah, and we've got to break that that chain a little bit. I mean, there's always that first. You always, you know, I was the first one. I was the first
Right.
one. And to your point, it's nice to get experience in a nonprofit board, just to understand some of the governance.
That's right.
Some of the things that you're going to need to know, and it's nice to cut your teeth in that respect. And then maybe you kind of pivot to just a smaller company board or wherever it might be.
That's right.
Start that process. I want to ask you this, because I know you had gotten started, but when we talked previously, you were saying, "Hey, we're getting a cohort together for this whole 8-month process."
Right.
I mean, help us through. Start from the, I would say the very beginning, but when you approach someone to be a part of your program, and then you talked about executive search, you talked about some other things.
Right.
Just walk us through the process for them when you first, tap them, at least that they're on your radar, to get to the point where they actually, where you're at now, they're starting the cohort, they're starting the training.
That's right. Yeah. So initially, what we invite people to do is to go to our website, which is www.globalboarddirector.com, all one word, www.globalboarddirector.com, and take a look at our video. That video kind of encapsulates who we are and what we do. The video is actually moderated by our founder, Larry Yan. It was actually filmed in South Africa, which is one of our key markets that we do placement in. And what we tell is our story in terms of kind of who we are and what we do. When we look at kind of who we're looking for in terms of people from that kind of first initial onset, we really are looking for key individuals, and it is as some people like to say, rarefied air. and we understand that, but we are looking for corporate executives and entrepreneurs at the corporate executive level, that vice president to C-suite level. Black entrepreneurs who happen to be running multi-million-dollar businesses. And we want them to be able to understand that we are providing them an opportunity that they may or may not get here in the United States. So the first piece of that process is connecting with us through that website. There's a button on that website that talks about U.S. Applicants. And we ask people to kind of click on that button regarding U.S. Executive applicants, and it will take you through a series of questions that we ask in terms of getting information on people. There's another button that says, apply. And that's kind of how you get into our pipeline. It's through that application process on the website. And again, we ask a series of questions in terms of who you are, what your background is, if you're currently a corporate board member, If you are at the C-suite or what level from a corporation you're in, if you currently own your own business, what that business is, what skill sets are you bringing to the table in terms of industry experience? Because we are industry agnostic in terms of who we're looking for. But what we also do is we want to understand what industry you're bringing to the table, so that as we are trying to place you on corporate boards, that we can make sure that we are focused in the right areas. And so that's kind of the initial entry point, is through that website. Once we get that information and we kind of go through our curation process of understanding, do we think this is going to be a good person for the program? Then we connect with them to kind of go through an interview process to really understand kind of who they are and to get more information from them, and then kind of make the decision as to if we're going to bring them into our next cohort. So our first cohort actually began this month. Our inaugural cohort began September 16th, and our next cohort will begin spring of 2024.
Okay. And a cohort, would it consist of how many people?
So cohort consists of between 8 to 15 people. Our initial cohort has 8 folks in it, and they are just phenomenal. The caliber of these participants is just a blessing, quite frankly, for us. In this first class, we have 4 corporate vice presidents. We have a young brother who is an entrepreneur who owns multiple consumer-based franchises. We have a person who is a senior policy advisor for one of the world's premier global think tanks. We have the president and CEO of one of the nation's largest Habitat for Humanity organizations. And so we are just blessed with the caliber of folks that we've got coming in this class. During our first session, which was September 16th, we also had on there our partner out of South Africa who does the corporate governance training. We also had a representative from another partner that's doing the executive coaching. And the feedback that we got from this initial class was just wow. We had one person that said, I wasn't sure what to expect, but you have just far exceeded all of my expectations.
And you love that, right? Because you spend a lot of time, you've invested a lot of energy, you've got a vision, now you've got a mission, you got to, now you're fulfilling.
That's right.
I can't wait for that, cohort to get over to the other continent and actually get on set, as you want to call it,
Absolutely. And one of the things that we do, because many of the people that we find that will be participating in these different cohorts. So we're on class 1 now, but many of these folks would not have had an opportunity to travel to the African continent. Right. Some may have gone to Europe, a few may have gone to Asia, but many would have not traveled to the continent. And so we have what we call our immersion program. And the immersion program happens after they actually complete the 8-month training program. So it's optional, but recommended, particularly recommended for folks that have not gone to the continent. We actually will take them over to the continent for 5 to 7 days and have them immersed in the culture. And so we'll take them to either Ghana or South Africa or Kenya. If they go to Ghana, they'll have an opportunity to not only interact in some of our master classes that will be taught by Black business leaders on the continent. But they'll also have kind of a cultural experience where they'll get a chance to go to Emilda Castle and the Door of No Return, which is where many of the slave ships left from in Ghana. When they go to South Africa, and we're kind of debating whether we want to take them to Johannesburg or Cape Town, and each one of them have their own kind of reasons for going to. So Johannesburg is the business center for South Africa. It's kind of like the New York City for South Africa. So a lot of global business is done out of Johannesburg. So that's kind of the reason that we would want to take them there. We would also want to take them to Cape Town, and not so much Cape Town for itself, but Robben Island. So Robben Island is where Nelson Mandela was imprisoned, right, and spent a great deal of his life there before he came out and obviously was elevated to the presidency. And so there are cultural reasons for Cape Town, like there are cultural reasons for going to Emilda Castle. But we want to, what we talk about is seeing Africa from African soil, right? You can't really understand how to have a fiduciary responsibility, have a corporate governance responsibility for a company on a different continent in a different country if you've kind of never experienced that culture before. And because of the fact that all of our training is done virtually, which is important because it does allow folks from different parts of the country to participate. It obviously allows our partners from the African continent to participate, but you don't get that kind of seeing Africa from African soil perspective.
No, sure.
Right.
You've got to get the up close and personal. One thing I'm impressed with your company is that you have these types of relationships at the levels that you need. So
Yeah.
the ramp, you've provided a ramp backward and forward for that experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things to that point, I'll speak to the background of our founder and CEO, Larry Yan, who was a humble person, but just his contacts on the continent are just absolutely phenomenal. So in addition to founding Be Direct, Larry also is CEO of two other companies. One is a cybersecurity company, and the other is a call center company, both doing business on the African continent. His call center company actually has operations based out of South Africa. And so Larry has actually been doing business on the African continent for close to 20 years now. Yeah. He has relationships not only at the commercial level with major companies, but he also has relationships at the governmental level with heads of state. And a perfect example of that, and this gets to our ability to be able to not only train folks appropriately, but also connect them at the right level once they're trained. So as an example of that, and it's an example that I use a lot when speaking of the reach that he has. So last year, the president of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, was here in the United States visiting with President Biden, and that was August of 2022. Well, he was visiting with President Biden in the afternoon, but that morning he had a one-on-one meeting at the South African embassy with Larry Yan.
Nice.
To talk
That's
about
the reach right there.
Absolutely.
And the respect. That's well respect. I'm sure when you shared those types of stories with your cohort, or even before they became, part of the team, is that they start to see, all right, this is a new experience. This is something I can't do on my own.
That's right.
And it could be on a lot of people's list. Like, wow, that's something I would really enjoy having that experience of doing because of many different levels. And you kind of alluded to a couple of them when most people, especially Americans, African Americans, when you think of Africa, it's like it's the homeland experience. It's like, wow, the last time, my legacy, my heritage left these shores, most likely they were in bondage.
That's
now
right.
I'm returning back as a business leader, that can, shake hands with heads of state. That is the prodigal son truly returning, home.
Absolutely.
With honor.
Absolutely. And one of the things that we want to make sure that people understand, which is why we spend as much time talking about cultural dexterity as we do about as we do about corporate governance. And that is that although we may have the same amount of melanin in our skin, culturally, we are very different. And so anyone who has been raised in the United States and has worked in the United States, we come with a Western way of thinking, right? Whether you want to admit it or not, right? We are very Western thinking. And it is very different during doing business on the African continent as it is doing business in the United States or in Europe somewhere, right? Westerners are very to the point. We're very, boom, 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 in terms of talking about business, right? I don't want to waste time. Let's get right to the point. That's not the way business is done on the African continent. The way business is done is more akin to Asian cultures than it is Western cultures. People want to know kind of who you are as a person. They want to understand kind of what your background is. They want to understand not just who you are as a business person, but who you are personally before they begin doing business with you. And so we spend a great deal of time talking about cultural dexterity. Here's another example. One of my best friends is Nigerian. He's Yoruba, born in Nigeria, raised in Nigeria, spent the first 18 to 19 years of his life in Nigeria in a city called Abeokuta. So he comes to the United States to go to college. So he is now 68 years old. He has been in the United States for the past 50 years. He holds dual citizenship. He holds Nigerian citizenship and U.S. citizenship. He views himself as a Nigerian living in America.
Yeah.
Right? Born in Nigeria, raised in Nigeria. He views himself, I am fully Nigerian. I just happen to be transplanted in the United States. Right? When he goes home to Nigeria, he's viewed as an American visiting Nigeria, even though he was born and raised there.
Yeah.
Right? Because culturally, he's now viewed as other by those who stayed in Nigeria and lived in Nigeria. They view him more Western than Nigerian. And
even if he knows all the culture, he knows all the language, he knows the customs,
all of that. All of that. He is still viewed because of the fact that, when he left Nigeria, life went on.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. People's relationships went on. Right? And so they view him. And what's interesting is I've heard this from multiple people who have this experience of being born and living in one country, being raised in a different country, and then trying to come back to their country of origin. I've heard this exact same story from Haitians. I've heard this exact same story from Jamaicans. I've heard this story from Ghanaians, who feel themselves almost they're kind of like men and women without a country, because they are too African for Americans, yet they're too American for Africans.
Wow.
Right. And
Yeah.
so that's why we spend so much time talking about how do you navigate culture, because the reality is, and what many people don't understand is, people sometimes view Africa as a country versus a continent, right? It is a continent that has 55 different countries in it. And if you are a South African, you view yourself very different than a Ghanaian, who view yourself very different than a Nigerian, who views yourself very different from an Ethiopian, right? Although you're all on the African continent,
Sure.
you view yourself and your culture very differently. It would be the same way as if to say all Europeans are the same, right?
You know what you said there, so that's so important. Being in the United States, American, especially if you've ever been to Central America, when you say American, they're like, well, we're all Americans. Yeah. What are you saying? That doesn't mean anything. You're from the United States of America.
That's right. That's right. Right. That's exactly, because you've got North America, you've got South America, you've got Central America. We're all Americans.
Right.
Right. Right. And that view is very important, because to that exact example, it's like saying someone's European, right? Well, a Brit views him or herself very different than an Italian, who views him or herself very different than a Spaniard, who views him or herself very different from someone from France, although they're all European. So culture plays a huge
Is that
part.
also education, though? Because, we've been educated a certain way in the West.
That's right.
About the African continent, because we don't see the countries like, these are 55 distinct areas of that continent that have a complete different demographic for every, and there's demographics within demographics. There's
absolutely
all kinds of different cultural differences. So I would figure, especially coming from the US, and assuming, like most people, when they assume, especially in African American, like, all right, you're from a Christian background, you could be from more of a Baptist Christian background. You start to really get granular with that.
That's
and then you realize, like, wow, when you get over, now there are Christian communities in Africa or in some of these countries and whatnot, but their version of Christianity could be completely different from what you're used to.
That is exactly right. And many times what has happened is, and this is across the globe, what you will see is many cultures have adopted Christianity or have adopted Islam or have adopted other kind of mainline religions, but they have adopted it from their own indigenous perspective. Right. So, for instance, I was telling you about my friend who is from Nigeria. So there are three major tribes, if you will, that make up the country of Nigeria. There is Yoruba, there is Igbo, and there is Hausa. Right. They view themselves very different culturally. Right. And so my friend who is Yoruba, and there is a distinct Yoruba religion, right? And so what you have in Nigeria is you have Christianity that has a Yoruba subtext, and you have Islam that has a Yoruba subtext, and then you just have pure Yoruba. Right. But if you are trying to serve on someone's corporate board, you have to understand these types of context. And you mentioned Islam, the Muslim religion. Imagine if you are a Black female executive or a Black female entrepreneur, and you are used to calling your own shots, right? For the most part. Now I take you to a predominantly Muslim country, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you are used to dealing with, if you are, black male or female in the United States, you are used to dealing with, a European kind of culture and how to navigate that. But primarily you're still in a Christian centered country, right?
Yeah.
Now I take you over to a predominantly Muslim country that now is predominantly male centered.
Yeah.
How do you navigate that, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that's totally different than understanding, about corporate governance and your fiduciary responsibility, right? Those are very nuanced conversations in which you have to be able to navigate, not just from a technical skill sets perspective, but now you have to be able to navigate from a cultural perspective. And those are some of the things that we talk about and we teach about in our initial class, our inaugural orientation class. It was 3 hours and we could have gone 2 more hours easily. A part of the conversation for that class was, corporate ethics.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
How do you deal with scenarios in which in a particular culture, here's a perfect example that the one of the instructors from the corporate governance person said, in a particular culture, the way that you show your appreciation is through monetary gifts.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
In the United States, we would call it tipping. Okay. Right. Just to give folks kind of
context. Yeah.
Context and an apples to apples scenario, right? If you go somewhere here in the United States, if you're going to the airport and you've got a red cap, and that red cap takes your bag and is loading that bag onto the conveyor belt, it is customary, or as in the legal language, usual and customary.
Yeah.
Usual and customary, right, to tip that person, right? You go to a restaurant, you get good service or you get, okay service. It's still usual and customary to tip. In many countries, when you are doing business, it is usual and customary to tip. Well, in the United States, that's not a part of our business culture, right? So an example that was given was someone was introduced to a business person, and it came back to the kind of the executive coach. That person didn't, that person must not have liked my service because they didn't thank me. Now, the American is thinking to themselves, I certainly did thank that person. I appreciated what they did for me. I told them, thank you very much. I really appreciated it. Well, in this particular culture, if those words are not associated with a monetary gift, then you really didn't thank them.
Now you know.
Right?
Wow, interesting.
And so culturally, as Americans, we really have to understand how business is done in different places and the ethics associated with that, right? Is it within your business ethics to make that monetary gift, or from your perspective, do you say, well, that's not the way that I've been taught business is to be done, and so I would rather not participate in that, right? And so those are personal questions or personal issues that people have to deal with in terms of doing businesses in other countries.
When you say that, I'm just reminded of the rules of the game. When in Rome, do as the Romans. right? If you are playing in their court, this is their world, and you should know these things. It's like you may not know the languages, but you should know there are certain expectations. I'm sure that people would know. Just like someone came here, we would explain to them, yes, it's customary to tip, as a
Here's how it gets a little complicated. So we have people in this cohort who their companies are paying for them, right? They are being sponsored by their corporations. Now their companies have their own rules, regulations, and policies regarding what is within policy and what is not outside of policy in terms of doing business in a different country, right? And so now, because you are an agent of your company, as you are participating in this program, now it becomes a little bit more complicated because now I'm not just representing myself. Right.
That makes a big difference. Now you're dealing with, you're within corporate governance, corporate policy, there's audit, there's compliance, and I'm sure you have to go through all that. I'm sure there's some, but that's interesting. And I know you're dealing with not only, culturally from executive levels, business relationships, but there's different royalties.
That's right.
And principality, things that you may not be aware. Like that's something in the United States. You hear about certain things like in Europe or whatever. There's the king,
right?
The queen, and
that's right.
They're more like figures. But you go to Africa, and there are still royalties.
Absolutely, and it's interesting that you bring that up because Larry actually talks about the fact that when this is prior to him starting Be Direct, this is with one of his other businesses. He actually was not successful initially doing business on the African continent because he did not understand those rules, right? He went and, tried to talk directly to someone to do business. What he had to understand was in this particular country, you were going to have to go to, let's say the king of the Zulus.
Yeah.
Right. And he actually talks about conversations in which he met with the king of the Zulu nation in order to get approval, in order to have those conversations later with business people. He also talks about the fact that he became personal friends with Winnie Mandela. And it was through Winnie Mandela giving her stamp of approval on him that allowed him to have these other conversations with business leaders, because they now said, well, if Mrs. Mandela approves of him, then he must be okay.
Exactly. Validate. Right? Yeah.
That's exactly right.
No, so those are some interesting rules. I mean, the rules of the game. I mean, wow, it's almost like, hey, yeah, you're out here playing American football on a soccer field.
Yeah. Or that's exactly right. Or you're trying to play football and everybody else is playing rugby.
Exactly. Like, why are they doing the scrum and throwing, all of these things and no one understanding, like, wow, man, I've heard this so many times that when there's someone there, let's say, feels disrespected, you could just think, oh my God, it's like all bets are off.
That is exactly right, which is why I say doing business on the African continent is much more akin to doing business in Asia than it is in Europe, because in Asian cultures, whether it's Chinese or Japanese or Taiwanese or other parts of the culture, and even on the subcontinent of India, it's much more about building personal relationships first before you talk business. Again, in America and in most Western cultures, we're all about business first, right? It's okay. Here's, I'm here and I'm ready to get down to business. And they don't even talk to you about business until you have first established relationship. Very different, very different. In the United States, we have in what we call CP time.
Yeah.
And for those that don't know, I'll let you go to your Urban Dictionary.
And look that up. You'll come right up.
On the African continent, that is very real, right? Because time is also viewed from a cultural lens, right? Many of us know that, and it's kind of an internal joke, that if you have if you say you are having an event at your house and you say that event is going to start at 5 o'clock, we know that our white colleagues will be there at 4:45 or 4:50, right? If you say the event starts at 5, they're going to be there before 5 to make sure that they are there on time.
Yeah.
We also know that people of different hue, if you say 5 o'clock, if we get there at 5:30, we're good.
If we early. I don't know where we got that from, but yeah. It's
but I will tell you where we got it from, because that exact rule holds on the European continent and on the African continent. On the European continent, if you say a meeting starts at 5, people are there at 4:55 to make sure that they're there for the 5 meeting.
Yeah.
On the African continent, if the meeting starts at 5, you're good to start at 5:30. And people are looking at you to say, why are you so bent out of joint?
Right. Yeah.
Right. And I was actually talking to a friend and mentor of mine who happened to be a previous manager of mine who is Asian Indian. And I was talking about this exact same example. And he told me, he said, in the Asian Indian culture, it is the exact same thing for us. He said, we have what we call Indian Standard Time. So when a meeting is called at 5 and you're there by 5:30, they say he's on Indian time.
Yeah.
Right. It is, we view a lot of things that we take for granted, but we view them through a cultural lens. And because we have been Western trained and we are Western thinking, although we don't view ourselves that way, right? But we are. And so the prism in which we look at things through is from a Western prism, which is why when you're doing business in Asia, when you're doing business in Africa, you have to understand that they are looking through a very different prism. No one in Asia is going to do business with you until they first build relationship with you. It just won't happen.
And it makes sense because you got to know who am I dealing with?
That's right.
Who am I? Because in other parts of the world, everything's not all up and up. Some things are, beneath the cover. So you need to do your due diligence, right?
That's right.
Who am I truly dealing with? And I have to make a decision if I want to interact with you at all, because you're not only going to do business with me, you're doing business with my family, you're doing business with people I truly care about. And if something goes bad with you, it looks bad on me.
That is exactly right. And that's very different from how we do business in the West. In the West, it's very isolated to individuals, right? In Asian cultures and in African cultures, it's not isolated to that individual. It is the community. Everything is about the community. And so if something goes bad with you, it's, to your point, it's not just looks bad on me. Now I'm looking bad to my community.
Yeah.
Which is why trust is extremely important. Trust on both sides. And I know we're running out of time, and Grant, we always do.
Yeah. We're getting these great conversations.
But trust is so important because although, again, we may have the same amount of melanin, because we're culturally different, we have to spend time building trust with them, and they have to spend time building trust with us, because we have been in the diaspora. We are still viewed, like my friend who is Yoruba, we are still viewed as other.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so we have to build trust with them, and they have to build trust with us to say, okay, you are someone I can do business with, because now I know you not just as a business person. I know Grant as a person. I know something about his family. I know something about his likes and dislikes. Now I can do business with Grant because I know him as a person, not just as a business entity.
I like how you said that, because I would say from the African lens, let's say you're Nigerian, and you just talk about there's three major cultures. I would say somebody Yoruba kind of understands Igbo. They're not, but they understand it. Right. You're not Hausa, but you understand it. So when you're dealing with a person from Africa, you're trying to I don't understand from cultural lens, because even as African American, we're still different. It's different sections, different areas.
Right.
So and if you kind of glean everything from what you've read about or what you've seen, you probably have that's a completely different understanding, not only of me, who I am as an individual, but who I am as a family member and from my community. What does that really look like? But do you get good information about the Black affluent communities in the U.S.?
Right.
What does that look like?
Right. That's exactly right. Or is everything you see based on what you see on television? Right. Yeah. Right. And you and I have talked about this before, in terms of particularly down in Miami, right, where you've got this whole dialectic of different cultures going on. Right. People have to understand that, and I think we just got cut off, but people
I switched places.
Okay. People have to understand, when you travel abroad, you're not seen as an African American. You are seen as an American.
Yes, correct.
We look at ourselves, because we are in the diaspora, because we are a minority culture. We look at ourselves as a subgroup of African Americans or Haitian Americans or Jamaican Americans. When you travel abroad, those subcategories, they disappear.
Correct.
And people just see you as American. And it's important to understand that as you're traveling abroad and as you're serving on these, whether it's a corporate board with a fiduciary responsibility or just a business relationship, it's important to understand that although you are an African in the diaspora, and by the way, many African countries really want to do business with Africans in the diaspora, but understand that you are viewed as an American first.
That's just part of the education. You got to be educated to understand that. You don't even have to go to Africa to understand that, especially here in Miami. If you go to any of the Caribbean islands, you begin to understand, not only when they come here, they are Haitian first, they're Cuban first.
That's right.
That's just what it is. They might have their differences within their own communities and their island nations and whatnot, but 100%, this is who is. I represent the entire, culture, the entire island. I think that's where we have had some issues around because of our experience. You are the whole American experience. I had a conversation today with somebody from Europe, from London. Yeah. I had a whole conversation around that, what that was like, and understanding that we are truly still a very much so a melting pot of many different cultural things. But as I tell anybody in Miami, you can come to Miami and you'll see a lot of different things. But guess what? A lot of things are still in English. Okay, you need to understand English. You would transact business in dollars.
Right.
So that's still king.
Exactly. Even people don't understand there's even differences between the United States and Canada, right? We're all, we're both English speaking, but at the same time, if you go to the prairies in Canada, that western part of Canada that sits on top of Oklahoma and Montana, that part is called the prairies in terms of their provinces. They are still very it's very entrepreneurial, it's very cowboy, it's very different culturally than Eastern Canada, French speaking, right? Or far west Canada over to Calgary. And so, just like within the United States that you were saying with Miami. That's why, people don't really get sometimes how important understanding things through a cultural lens really is. Because we also have a saying that business is easy, but people are hard.
Yeah.
Right?
No, what you said, the culture, I don't think, especially when people are making their strategic plans, their business plans, if you don't factor in culture,
that's right,
you're already behind the 8 ball. You're already fumbled. You've already lost the game.
That's right.
Because that is the number one thing you need to understand. And culture is constantly trending and changing. And that's why when people, they bring out a new technology or something new, and they're like, wow, I didn't expect that to explode that. Well, you didn't really look at the culture, how that would impact.
That's right.
Wow, that's really going to go big because of the society and what they like to do.
That's right.
Some people are like really big into food. You're going to really start a conversation with somebody. You start talking about food. You're like, oh my God, difference. I'm telling, I could be on the show and I could tell you, I say, you know what? Who makes the best rice in the Caribbean? And I tell you, every single one. Oh, we would never get off this show like, oh my God, it would go on and on. I've seen this and I'm like, wow. But they are all a little different because they do things a little bit different, but they love talking about it. And then they'll try each other. But that's culture. Just like I just brought that up, you tied right in. Everybody can relate to that, right?
That's right.
So you find those commonalities that you can have true discussion. But I like what you're saying about you need to understand the culture. I'm sure your cohorts and what you're doing from B Direct, you're leading with that because this conversation we just had, once we got into culture.
That's right. Which is why in our training process, so the training is actually 8 months. The cohort meets once per month for 4 hours, and 2 hours of that is dedicated to actual technical skill set training around corporate governance. But the other 2 hours of each session is dedicated to cultural dexterity. And we have these integrated case studies in which people can take a case study and talk about it from a technical skill set perspective and talk about it from a cultural dexterity perspective, because it is so crucial to understand both. And you will not be successful, whether you're talking about Asian culture, Indian culture, African culture, you will not be successful unless you understand the cultural nuances.
Yeah.
Sometimes people will smile and be very polite, and you will get absolutely nowhere.
Right.
Right? Because they don't necessarily want to offend you.
Sure.
But at the same time, you are not coming to them and meeting them where they're at. And so from their perspective, we can't do business together because we really don't understand each other. You're not trying to understand who I am. You're in essence trying to push your culture on me. Mm-hmm. And I am not going to allow you to do that. And so I will be very polite.
Yeah.
I will do all of the right gestures, but you will get zero in terms of moving business forward.
Totally. And rightfully so. That's just be respectful, of that. And like I said, when in Rome, do as Rome. I mean, when I go to other and I know I'm in a situation where the different languages being spoken, I make it I do what I can to understand the culture or the language. I've got apps now, thank God, that you can speak into and get some ultimate, and they love it. They light up like, oh my God, you understand what I'm talking about? Like, right. So you can start to break those barriers down, and then we can really come together as people and really enjoy ourselves. Tell us just a little bit more about, and I know you touched on this some, but they need to understand. I know you're dealing with the VP level and above, but also you need to understand revenue dollars, that you're managing businesses that are multi-million dollar at a certain range to really be reflective.
That's right. So the companies that we are targeting on the African continent are in the multi-million dollar US range. So you're looking at 10, 20, $30 million and above US in terms of revenue. And primarily because you have to have a company of a certain revenue range in order to really decide that you need to have a corporate board, that you need to have a corporate governance structure. So we're looking at, mid-size to large companies, both private and public, in terms of being able to place folks on those boards. We're also working with the U.S. Department of Commerce, and I didn't realize this until I started in this business, that the U.S. Department of Commerce actually has foreign diplomats stationed in different countries, right? We all know that the State Department has foreign diplomats in the U.S. embassies, right? Because that's a part of who they are. But in addition to that, the U.S. Department of Commerce also has foreign diplomats in different countries, and their job is to connect U.S. businesses with businesses in that country. And so we are working, we have a very strong relationship with the U.S. Department of Commerce and their foreign diplomats in Ghana, their foreign diplomats in Kenya and South Africa, where they are vetting companies on our behalf to make those introductions for businesses that are open to having U.S. Black executives. And here's one other thing. We specifically say Black executives and Black entrepreneurs. We do not use the context African American. And it goes back to the point that you made earlier. If you're a person of Haitian descent, if you're a person of Jamaican descent, if you're a person of Ghanaian descent that happens to be living in America, you don't necessarily consider yourself an African American. You may consider yourself a Haitian American, or you consider yourself a Jamaican American. And so we specifically use the term Black executives and Black entrepreneurs because we are Africans in the diaspora. And so we try to, make sure that we are as broad as possible in that definition. But we try to make sure that we're taking folks and making those connections for them with businesses on the continent who see value. And that's the other key thing is that we tell people that are coming through the program that you have to show immediate value to these corporate boards, right? You have to show that you have you're coming with industry experience, you're coming with functional skill experience, you're coming with the ability to open up new geographic markets. You have to be able to make the business case why this CEO and this board should choose you over someone in country, right? So that value proposition has to be strong enough to say, here are the skill sets that I'm bringing to the table, whether that be around supply chain or technology or sales and marketing, or I'm bringing fintech experience, or I'm bringing med tech experience, or I'm bringing consumer packaged goods experience. What value are you bringing to this board that's going to help this company grow and scale, that they are going to make the choice to choose you over someone from South Africa, over someone from Ghana, over someone from Kenya. Now, the feedback that we have received is many of these boards are hungry for this external thinking, because many times these board of directors are made up of people not only from the same country, but from the same region of the country, right? And so many are eager to have kind of an outside of the box thinking in terms of, okay, you are bringing something extra to the table that I can't get from someone else, right? At the same time, you have to be able to, going back to that conversation that we just had, you have to be able to understand the cultural nuances, right? Because even if you are bringing supply chain, you're bringing sales and marketing, you're bringing all of these skill sets in, you have to be able to understand how that fits into the larger picture so that you don't make someone feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So that you don't slight a person, not even knowing that you're slighting a person, right? Because the reality is all of us carry biases, right?
True. Yeah.
We all carry biases. And so what we try to do is understand through skill set tools, through personality tools, that we actually take these classes through. We take them through these different leadership tools so that they can understand what their biases are. And that's a part of that training. So that you understand what your bias is, what you're bringing to the table, and then we can now say, okay, now how does that figure into how you're now dealing with someone from a different culture?
This has been wonderful, Henri. I mean, we have we've taken a lot of time, but very valuable information that's being shared. And I want to thank you. I want to thank your whole team for being a part of this, and that you continue to support the Black Business Expo, and that you're utilizing this as a way to get your message out there. We want to make sure we continue to push your message out there, so we knowing people so they can get involved, understand that process. And I like how you also said that these corporations are helping the sponsor, so you're not having all comes out of your pocket for everything.
That's right.
There's buy-in from from corporate America.
That's exactly right. And the value prop for corporations is a couple of things. One, it ties into many of their diversity initiatives. Although we also know kind of the whole DEI thing is kind of on shaky ground right now for many companies. Many companies see that as kind of yesterday's news, unfortunately. But it ties into their diversity initiatives. It also ties into their talent attraction and retention initiatives. For instance, we're working with key folks in talent acquisition to say, here's a way that you can offer this as a part of your compensation package to bring in talent, right? So in addition to talking about just base compensation and equity and bonus, now for a Black executive, you can say, you can differentiate yourself by saying, we will also sponsor you with this executive leadership program, this corporate board training program. As a retention program for existing executives, it's a way for companies to say, we are investing in you, right? We see you going higher in the organization. And for that, we are willing to invest in you to make sure that you see, value in us in terms of that investment. So both, it's a both and. Angela, how are you?
Yes, that was powerful. Thank you for sharing. Great conversation. So is there any way that if someone wanted to reach out to you, how could they contact you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We would ask that they go to our website. That's www.globalboarddirector.com. All one word, www.globalboarddirector.com. And in there, it will bring up the BDirect website. We ask that you would click on the U.S. Candidate box. And there's also a box that says apply now, and we can get your information from there. And we will be more than happy to respond back to you.
Awesome. Well, you have a great evening. Thank you
Thank
for
you so
joining us. Always remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Grant.
You're most welcome, Henry. Bye-bye.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's being displayed, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops up to $5,000 to 10 students. The students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for September: North Carolina 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margin McLean Foundation, Hello LC, Genius is Common, Follow the Brand, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shawnee Global, Executive Women Success Institute, Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why BDirect was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to BDirect's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, BDirect Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to BDirect Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training and
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Angela Baptiste, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. This afternoon, we're going to be talking with Grant McCall will be talking with Dr. Tondra Price. And just wanted to share with you about Tondra. She is a global networking strategist, a communications expert, and award-winning international keynote speaker, over 30 years of entrepreneur experience. She trains individuals, corporations, and business owners worldwide on communication strategies that help to build relationships, help and to establish rapport and cultivate mutual trust and respect. Tondra coaches corporate leaders and employees to live, learn, and lead with stronger collaborative skills and greater creativity. Tondra is affectionately known as the networking ninja and is the leading authority on igniting innovation and creating environments that foster success. She facilitates multi-clients multi-city, networking groups and events around the country and on social media, with 6x gold medals for Black Speaker Olympic, adorning her accolade. Tandra's expertise has earned her invitations to speak on major corporate stages across the country. Let's welcome Tandra as she comes to discuss with Mr. McCall about what she's doing in our community and how she's shared her wealth of information with us. Welcome, Dr. Tandra. How are you?
Hello, how are you? I'm super excited to be here.
Awesome. Well, welcome, welcome, welcome. Dr. McCall is coming in. Yes, here he is. And he'll be talking with you to learn more about what you're doing.
Awesome.
Oh, how are you doing?
I am doing great. How are you doing today?
I just got an upgrade. I got a PhD and the doctoral all in a few minutes. I'm feeling like I'm feeling the love here. This is great. I got an honorary doctorate from the Black Business Network. This is good. So, Dr. Price, what she said about you was phenomenal because you're always doing so many things that are impactful for the community. It's impactful for women. It's impactful for anyone that really wants to elevate their game. How are you doing all those things?
Well, you know what? I take it one step at a time when I'm doing them. I really try to focus on what my clients' needs are and make sure that we align them, strategically align them with programs that fit where they're trying to go with. I know when we really first started out this platform, and we started off conversations over coffee, which was one of the platforms that we were using to gather women all together to find out what the juggles and struggles of their business was. It just kind of took on a whole new meaning to find out what is it that you really need help with that can help you to elevate in your business. And so we've just been doing that and having an amazing time.
Well, you love people and you love what you do. That passion resonates with you. It's all over the place. You've got a magazine. I mean, you were producing on all this stuff we just thought. You're producing a magazine. You're featuring all these high-powered people. I'm asking you again, how do you have the time to do all of that?
You know what? Listen, when we started the magazine, I was really doing it to change the networking space. Like I said before, I was hosting my own personal women groups. There were 10 to 12 women groups. And one of the main things that women always would say, or entrepreneurs would I say, no one was promoting me. No one would promote me. And so, you know what? I had a quiet time and a thought and some prayer with God, some conversation with God. And I said, listen, we have to be able to change the networking space and have it to where women can truly be promoted. And we came up, me and my team came up with the magazine, and the magazine is just doing amazing. It's taking each individual to put them on the front cover and be inside of that publication with other amazing influential leaders that are doing amazing things in their community, and they are promoting each other. Who wouldn't promote their own magazine if they was on the front cover of it to their friends, colleagues, any type of groups that they do? And we really help them to take advantage of that, not just having a magazine sitting on the shelf, but listen, it's your microphone of your brand. And we try to make sure that it is shouting out loud for you.
And you've done a great job of that. I mean, you are known for stellar networking. You actually teach people how to network, how to show up and be memorable about what they're doing. How do you got time to do all that?
You know what? It's really, it all collaborates together. We have an amazing team that we all work together, that we put these amazing products together. And just with the collaboration with other different communities, such as the Black Business Network, we bring in other people and adding value to their business. I mean, sometimes I could just bring people into the program and they can connect using the power of networking, and they can connect with other people and help to build their platform. See, it's all about building those resources that we have. A lot of times, we kind of scale back or don't want to give other people resources. But I always say I'm a fan of collaboration because we're in this entrepreneur business together. We can't do this thing by ourselves. We have to have experts just like you to come in and say, hey, this is a program that we're offering and this is what we can help you. And without those resources, then you know what? It's hard to elevate to the next business. We're just going to keep spending money after money after money. And we're not ever going to get into the right programs that we need in order to be able to impact the community that we're trying to do.
I totally believe. believe in what you're doing and understand what you're doing. I'm into branding as well, personal branding, because in this new digital age, you've got to be visible. You cannot just be invisible. You can't depend on just word of mouth. You still need word of mouth, but it's a slower medium in which now in the digital age, it's called speed to market, STM, speed to market. You've got a person's attention span, maybe 8 seconds, maybe even less than that, to actually get them to focus on what you're saying and what you're doing. And then once they decide to focus on you, guess what? Now you've got to be able to bring it. You've got to be able to, now I'm gonna give you another 2 minutes. You bought 2 more minutes, right? So give me another 2 minutes. And you've got to be able to show value about who you are and what the big problem that you solve on their side of the ball. Because if you're solving my problem, I guarantee you, I'm going to start listening because I'm in pain. It's like, oh, wow, you have a solution to my situation. You've been through things. I understand what you're saying. So you can then build that narrative, but you've got to be visible. I see this time and time again, day after day. I'm a LinkedIn fan, right? I'm a big fan of LinkedIn.
Yes.
That's where my audience is, and it's there. But when I see other people, when I'm saying specifically, we're on the Black Business Network, and I see other Black entrepreneurs, and they're not being visible. They're being very, very low key in putting their message out there. I want them to take a page out of some of their children's book, because you go to Instagram, they're like, blah, 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 but they're getting attention. Not to say all their content is the greatest, but they're getting it. They understand this digital economy. What do you have to say about that? What's your 2 cents on on social media?
Well, you know what? First of all, I'm going to go a famous quote from Nikki Giovanni. You have to find a way to let people know that you are there. And if you don't, then guess what? Your business is just going to be stagnant. It's going to be sitting on your counter, not doing anything. And you're right. I think what happens is a lot of entrepreneurs fail to incorporate that marketing budget. Because see, one thing I do know is that if you are not visible and in front of your audience, guess what? They're going to do business with someone who is visible more than you and selling the same product and service as you. Now, listen, why aren't we being visible? Because you want people to knock on your door. I think a lot of times in this age, people feel like they have to get all the other things in line first. Yes, you do have to do that, but a steady the long way, you have to be visible. There's the statistics that say that you need to be in a publication anywhere between 12 to 20 times each year. Now, listen to what I said, 12 to 20 times each year. That's powerful. That is so powerful. Just like I said earlier, Tapped In Magazine puts you on that cover and it becomes your microphone. It becomes your conversation piece. It's just not a magazine. It's a statement that we're making. Like, what does your brand really say about you? And here's the cool thing about it is even on social media right now, there's so many different platforms that you can, get your message out, but you have to be clear, concise with your message. See, you can move that message so quickly. I mean, how do we think influencers now are? They are making their own billboards. Let me give you an example. There's some major influencers out there, but do you think they're out there doing all that promoting by themselves? No, they made themselves very visible into the community. And now people are clicking on there. Look, they're taking this handy anything and they're clicking on whatever they're doing late at night. See, they got their own billboard going. And that's what I tell people all the time. Once you're clear and concise about what your message is, you can build that walking billboard, because when people know exactly what you do, who you are, and how you move and the experience that you get around them, guess what? They're going to be telling everybody. I mean, how do we think some of these major big people have gotten to where they gotten? They didn't get it by themselves. I mean, even if you look at overnight success with the new millenniums, guess what? They had to do something several different times, whether it was on TikTok, Instagram. They had to get somebody's eyes on them, right? That's visibility. Somebody had to get their eyes on them to say, hey, I like what this guy is doing. I like what this is doing. Each time a new thing comes out, whether it's thread or whatever, somebody is getting their eyes on them. They're putting enough people in their community to say, hey, listen, go out here and talk about this. Go out here and share this. Go out here and do this. Go out here and do that. And that's how they are being visible. Visibility is the new currency. Yes, it just is. It's the new currency. And if you don't understand how to get your business out there. Listen, you have Grandma Gall, you have Tandra Price with Type the Magazine. I mean, we can help you move the needle, but we can do it in a way that people will remember you. See, it's not just about getting your message out there. Like, who's going to remember you within the next 24 to 48 hours if you ain't got nothing very impressionable to show them? See, a lot of times they just be talking. They just be talking. But guess what, Joe? You talking, but ain't nothing landing, right? We got a message that's going to be clear and say, hey, and you know what? The thing about it is visibility gives you results driven. I mean, the more visible you are, the more results your business can get. And then you can share that message with the other people and the other people and the other people. I can keep on talking about visibility.
But you're talking the right language. You're on the right level. I want to share something with you and the audience that because of my visibility, because of my consistency, because I put things out in not only just social media, but in Google. And what it was, I actually got some training from a world-renowned brand master. His name is Dennis Yu, YU, right? And Dennis is he's a master of his craft. When Microsoft, Zuckerberg got in trouble behind some of the 2016 election and what Facebook was doing behind the scenes and selling ads, and that they called him up, him about how this digital technology works and these algorithms and why this is important and why it's not important. And he gave me some tips on how to make myself more visible. And what you want to be able to do, if you right now Google my name, you put in Grant McGaw, Google is going to pop up what we call a knowledge panel. When the AI, the artificial intelligence, knows who you are, it'll begin to promote you on its own.
Yes.
You've got to give it enough information. You've got to be, like you said earlier, you got to be in these publications. If you're into 12 to 20 publications on a yearly basis, on the level that you need to be to get your messaging out there, you're going to have a knowledge panel built by Google that features your YouTube, it's going to feature your Twitter feed, it's going to feature your LinkedIn, it's going to feature your website, it's going to feature any magazine you've been in. It's a beautiful thing.
It is, and here's the thing about it is a lot of times people, just like you said, you want to get these major contracts, but without that piece that you just said, Mr. McGaw, in visibility, once they go to Google, they're going to go to LinkedIn. And you got to have something somewhere that shows that you are the authority in your industry. And if you don't have that, then you can't expect someone to want to spend $20,000 or $30,000 with you.
Absolutely.
And sometimes we don't even understand that part because you were so busy getting your LLC together. Not to say that you're not supposed to do that, your website together, business cards, which business cards is really not really in play right now. I have some, but I use more of the digital side of it because you know what? It's quicker, it's faster, it's easier. You can make so many more connections, but a lot of times you're right. When you have to get your Google Analytics and all that stuff together and see who's looking at your site, it makes a huge difference in your business.
You can target. Once you know who's there, who's looking at you, where are they coming from, you can get precision, and you want to be precise. All artificial intelligence really is about is precision and it's speed. And you want, if it's precise and it's very fast, I can utilize it, right? You don't want it to think for you. I'm going to have to do a talk here around 4, and we're going to talk through some of this AI information, how you utilize it for yourself, especially if you're a small business. You could be a small, medium size. You could be a large corporate. They all are utilizing these new technology because, as you said earlier, visibility is the new currency. And if you're not out there speaking about yourself, what's the narrative that somebody else is going to speak about you?
Oh, absolutely. And you got to take it even a step further too, because I mean, like, I don't have time just in my business, just like you mentioned earlier, to send out 100 emails or 100 notifications. I mean, we got to let the automation system of this technology do it for us. I mean, but the only way we can do that is being visible, because guess what? I always like to use right now. I'm going to use Amazon, the Amazon commercial. I mean, you see Amazon lit up everywhere, on every television, on your cell phones, everywhere, because they are saying, listen, I know that my target audience is out there. And the more I show up, guess what? The more they're going to spend on Amazon. And we have to think about it, our business, in that same way. The more we show up, the more we in people's face. I mean, when people pop up my thing now, they see me up, there's Tandra, there's Tapped In Magazine. Like, you want to be in their face at all times. And you have to look at, what are the ways and the methods and the resources that I could do that with.
Yeah, and there's a lot more now. You brought up something so important. Think about Amazon, and then think about Barnes & Noble. Barnes & Noble been in business way before Amazon ever started selling books. But guess what? They have a different, you never go into side of an Amazon store. When the last time you bought a book on Barnes & Noble? I mean, it's just not their culture really to do that. It's really an in-person type of experience. But that digital experience is doing laps around Barnes.
It is. And here's the thing too about it. Let's take it even one more step, because even when somebody goes to your website, you want to make sure that it is aesthetically pleasing, that it is easy for them to navigate. I mean, now look at how many, if we're going to keep talking about Amazon, look how many buttons you can go through. It makes it so easy. The website is very clear cut. I mean, it's nice. It's aesthetically pleasing. People can go there and they feel like they're at a shopping mall or a shopping store, whatever product or services they're buying. And it gives you all the detailed information. So you got to go back to your website and say, okay, does my website look like this? Is it aesthetically pleasing to my customers? And when it comes there, does it give them all the information that they need? Because if not, they're going to click on another competitor's website that is so much more information. A lot of times, you know what, all the pretty designs and everything is not really necessary if it's not delivering the message and the information that they need to buy from you at that particular time. So we got to kind of think about that as well.
And this is so great. I love talking to you because you get it. You're not just getting it, you're doing it. As you spoke even earlier, people is tuning in right now and they're listening. You're getting valuable information. You're getting insights. You're getting people that we've learned over time, these things that you don't have to now wait and experience it and do it. No, go fast. This is about being speed to market is so important. As I started early, talked about Barnes & Noble, and then looking at where Amazon is. You start looking at Blockbuster. You're looking at Netflix. What's the difference? They're utilizing the digital platform.
Oh my God, they are, because like, for those who remember back in Blockbuster days, listen, you could only go in to get your information. And back then, I'm sure they wish they know what they do now, that moving the needle forward. Because listen, here's the thing about it is we got to move with the times. And a lot of times old school still work. I'm not saying it doesn't, but new school, that new stuff is what's coming out now. I call it the new, and we got to get up to speed with that. One of the things, like right now, when we were talking, I had a panelist with another client before, and you were talking about AI. Listen, AI was already invented. Okay. It was already in the making. Guess what? You hadn't caught up to the speed of it yet and really what it could do for you and your business. And so now that it's out, people think like it's the new thing. I tell people all the time, you got to get out of your box. You got to, like, what's her name say, rock the box, because of the fact that, you know what, if you're not trying to put yourself in other areas of your business to know what's up and coming in the trend in the visibility space, you're going to get left behind.
100%. Yes. We are now in the fourth industrial revolution. And that is, and what's up? People are like, what is that? We are. Everybody understand you went from, the agricultural age. That was the first kind of revolution, right? And then we got into the mechanical age, right? Where production, you can think about how you're making cars. You have the manufacturing age. That was the manufacturing revolution. Then we had the information age that came, and that was really around, let's just say the 2000s, right? Really the 90s to 2000, information age, the internet really started really rolling out. Then we got into the fourth industrial revolution. It came so quick, people don't even realize you're even there. You know, and that's social media, that's mobile technology, that's IoT, which is Internet of Things. That gets into blockchain is what we're starting to hear about. You know, and all these new emerging technology as well as AI. The fifth industrial revolution is coming right on its heels. And what is that? You know what that is? That's the human interaction with all this technology. And if you don't know how to interact and know how to work in this, it's almost like you don't know how to drive a car. How would you be in an industrial society and you don't have a driver's license?
Yeah.
You don't even know how to operate a vehicle. That is what it's like if you don't know how to interact with these technologies, especially from a business to business world, even a business to consumer world.
Yes, I totally 100% agree with you. I mean, as we're talking, I'm even thinking about, you know, my publication. When you look back where Jet was, remember Jet, the magazine Jet, and a lot of these other publications, see, it was always print. I mean, you know, it was always print. And now you look at how quickly they had to make the shift if they still wanted to stay in business and go digital. See, because of just like what you said, it's that digital age, it's that digital movement that you have to stay abreast with. I mean, even right now, when we started, just giving you an example, when we started our publication, I mean, I probably had maybe 10 online distributions. Now we have Tapped In Magazine has over 350,000. Wow. Look at the speed of where we're going and look at what we're doing within our sphere of getting people noticed. You know, it's making a statement. And just like you said, you have to be on the edge of understanding that, or you're going to be left behind. I mean, most people right now, again, I was just talking with a friend of mine that you don't even have to go to the grocery store.
Right.
You don't have to go to the grocery store. You don't have to do any of that. You know, you could do all this stuff, just like you said, of the speed of technology, how the human stuff is just taking completely over. So, you know what, this is the perfect time. People always ask me, well, you know, well, when is the perfect time to network? Right now. And anytime you open up your mouth, I believe it's from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed, because we are always talking about something. But not only are we talking about it, let's take the benefits of what this visibility and communication can do for you, the collaboration, and it can get you into doors that you haven't been able to get into before. It can connect you with people who could be your next $1 million client.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we're going to conclude. We're getting to a few minutes here, but I want to make sure that our audience, your audience, they know how to contact you, And if you got anything coming up that they need to be aware of, let's hear about it.
Yeah, so right now, listen, I'm so super duper excited because Tapped In Magazine and the Black Business Olympics are collaborating together on a publication that, you know what, we are going to be doing and kicking it out in November. I'm so excited about this because I truly believe what we're doing is going to be able to help the speakers that come on the platform to elevate to a whole nother level and get their message out. So we'll have some information coming out about the Black Business Olympics and Tapped In Magazine collaborating together and giving you amazing speakers an opportunity to be a part of our publication.
Well, thank you. Thank you again, Tandra. And your email address?
It is tandra.price@cox.net. And if you're interested in learning more about Tapped In Magazine, go to TapIn, that's TAPIN magazine.org. Check us out.
That's what, and I checked you out. And first of all, it's an A+ magazine. A+ magazine. You go to that magazine, you're gonna say, wow, this looks like it's straight out Forbes or something to that effect. Like, this is beautiful. I'm glad. I thank you for what you're doing, why you're doing it, and you're continuing to do it. And I think with this collaboration now with the Black Business Olympics is just going to elevate your, think about it, every single one of these expos has 150 plus speakers, right? Yes. You start multiplying that by 12, you start multiplying that by years, you start to see what I'm talking about. We're talking about speed to market, like, wow, all of a sudden.
I was going to say, right, what you said, speed to market.
Well, all right. Hey, I thank you always for being available.
Yes, thank you.
To be on the show and to be able to bring your wisdom, your knowledge, and your insights all these, so many entrepreneurs that are out here. And what you said earlier, they're concentrating on so many different things, getting their business running, trying to get clients. But you have to have, somebody told me this a little while ago, it's like a phone number. If you don't have the right digits in the exact order, you're not going to ring the phone that you're looking to ring. You're not ringing the phone of that big client or that next client or those few clients because you haven't dialed it in. And I think you are giving people the formula how to dial it in for big success.
Yes. Yes, I am.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.